Okie dokie, let us get started. Welcome, everybody, to today's show. It is another beautiful morning over here. Best I could tell, not a cloud in the sky, sun beaming down with all its might. Also, in more personal news, I am feeling significantly better compared to yesterday, when I was having a bit of a difficult day. Well, what you gonna do about it? If your brain explodes, then there's only so much that you can do about it. So, cough. What shall we do today? In between streams, I have noticed and fixed a little issue with the dialogues. That is that Butterfly could be falsely draggable, which was largely a visual issue. If you triggered certain dialogues, while Butterfly was part of the single band that you had, then as the dialogue ended, it was possible. Hello, minus 1212. How's life? It was possible. Sorry, I just jumped right back into what I was saying. How's it, Dave, man? Or I'm just assuming. And anyway, yeah, started a game in Unreal. Cool. Making 3D. Neat. Personally, 2D is very comfortable for me because, well, 3D isn't just 50% more effort. You need to do so much for three-dimensional assets, right? Meanwhile, I just need to draw the 2D sprite from one angle, and that's it. And I'm also making things easier on myself by making the camera always look straight down. You can make more visually complex games in Game Maker, but for this project, I'm not doing that. Let's not forget that. Hit Idol was meant to be a practice project. Yes, it was. Hit Idol was meant to be just a little project that was going to take 3 up to 6 months. Casually developing for like 8 to 10 hours on the weekend, in order to acquire practice to make the real game that I at that point had in my brain. At this point, I'm not so sure I even want to make that game anymore. I'm not sure it would be fun, simply put. But we'll see. But as I was saying, yeah, during certain dialogues, if Butterfly is already part of the band, then obviously you're not supposed to be able to pick her up and move her on the band screen because idols that are in the band can't be moved. They are locked in until you dissolve the band. That was that. Sorry, I'm gonna have to cough again. And I'm wondering, am I getting allergies or am I just quite literally sick? I don't feel terribly sick, other than that yesterday I had a continuous headache that made it completely impossible to exert higher brain function. And a bit of sneezing and sniffles. So, might be something going on in my sinuses. Meh. And The point of that story is that I have now fixed that, which is good because it was largely a visual bug, but it could create an invalid state insofar as I'm not actually sure what it would have done. It wouldn't have bricked your game. It would have, however, created an invalid state where Butterfly is simultaneously part of the band and is the helper of the band, and all kinds of things would have gone wrong. Which is why it's good that I've noticed it now, because this is already live, remember? This demo is live, it is on Steam, you can get it right now. But that's fixed, so that's good. For today, we are going to continue on the training camps, for which I have made a handy dandy save, which is at week 16 when training camps actually are supposed to start. I didn't have that save yesterday, so that's handy. And I've figured out, I think, most of what I want. So what we have currently is these 4 stat scraps, which are currently a little bit too large. They also currently do not properly display the sprites that they are supposed to, as only the hard scrap is supposed to show that icon. There are other sub-icons or sub-images for persona, voice, and image, but I'll figure that out quite easily. And then we, of course, I also want to give these boys some shadows, and I want to give them, well, the main element to put them into, because right now you can just move them around and they don't do anything. So that's the agenda for today. It reminds me of how Hit Idol was for the longest time. For the longest time, well, for a few months certainly, it was just this. It was a single screen where you had a few photos and you could move them around, and there was a single band form and you could put the photos inside the band form and they'd make a band, and that was it. Look how far we've come. Okay. Now then, let us get to that. What I also want to do is these band name slips. It occurred to me yesterday. These are physical objects in the world, so by all means they should have a shadow, but they don't though. So it looks a little weird. It's not much, right? If you don't notice it's there, or rather that it isn't there, then it's nothing much. But if you do notice that it's not there, also, I'm also thinking, do we want to disable the shadow for the photos when they are inside of a slot? I could do that very easily. Or do we want to keep it? Also possibly. No. It'll certainly look weird after I've spent 2 years getting used to how they look now. But I mean, this outline here, when they are inside a formed band, this kinda already covers the shadow. So right now they've got their shadow. This, it's not part of the frame here. This is the photo's own shadow. 1 pixel, 1 display pixel, as it is inside the slot. Then when we form the band, it is covered by the border. No. Well, I'm not sure. In the end, the only answer is experiment. But hey, anything you want to share about that game, Minus? Like, what kind of game is it? Is it action? Is it puzzly? What should I imagine? So, I should push forward on the main thing that I want to do, which is the stat assigner. It's funny, yeah? It's funny. With the deadline met for the Steam Next Fest, the deadline very handily met in fact, the only deadline I've still got is the vague deadline that I want to release this game in July-ish, which is by no means fixed. It's by no means... Oh, whoops. Oh, that's unfortunate. It picked up itch.io as a link and purged it. You have made some progress. Last time I got hit title was on itch.io. Now you have it on Steam. Awesome! Sorry about Nightbot. But yeah. Progress is going swimmingly well. The demo is, I would say, feature complete in that everything that is in the demo is finished, or at least it's finished for now, until it occurs to me that it has to be changed or something, right? And I've done a lot of work. I've had to create so many assets for Steam, but those are all up there now, and when I open my developer Steam account, it's there. It's my pictures, right? I can open Hit Idle and it's using the pictures that I made. It's my game on Steam. And it's also not just for debug now, it's actually out there. The Steam page is public. So anyone can get the demo and wishlist the game and whatnot. And in June, at the start of June, 9th of June specifically, the Next Fest will be happening, for which I have entered Hit Title. So that will hopefully get some attention to the game. I don't know. I certainly hope so. That will be a great opportunity, and I'm glad that I've managed to hit the demo release deadline. So all that we need to do from here is, well, we need to finish the rest of the game, which isn't that much left to go. It's still a good bit of work, but I think it's more than manageable, which is why I've somewhat committed to the July release time. Not that I have to, of course, I can release this when I want. The one boundary that I now have is I'm not allowed to release it before the next fest, because next fest naturally is for upcoming games. So I'm not allowed to, if I wanted, release the full game before mid-June, but that's just fine by me. I wasn't planning to, because it's gotta be finished. So, our stat name scrap. It already correctly retrieves the name of its stat as a translated string, which is, I think it's a little jank. Basically, it gets the word heart, voice, image, persona as a stat or as a string constant. Then it so happens, because I intentionally made that, it so happens that the translation keys have that same structure. Yeah, that in the stats objects there are entries for heart, voice, image, and persona, which are just that same word. So we should further, we should resolve this. I'm not hugely in love with this, I have to say, because one way or another I need both a number and I need the word. So I need a number for an index in which heart is 0, voice is 1, image is 2, and persona is 3. HVIP is how it goes. But I also need the word itself, so it's not super easy to pass a single thing and have that as the single source of truth. But what I can do is, with the stats name, I can go array index of the global idle stat names with our stat. Yeah, this is the array, this is the struct. Both are useful at different times. So I can ask it, hey, what's the index of the stat that I've been given? I don't love this. But again, I need both string and number, so at some point I need to either provide both of them, in which case there's the danger that I give some number that doesn't correspond to the string, or if I resolve to the other, well, I have to actually do that. It may be slightly more comfortable to go the other way, to take the index and then resolve that to the word, but either way leads to Rome. So that index is array index of that, and then we simply set our image index to the stat index. That will get us, if we look, yes, look how twee it is. That gets us the different icons on the different stat scraps. Right, so that's cute. That's very excellent. At this point, this point we can very comfortably shrink it, right? So we can easily make it like 2, 3 even pixels smaller on a side, and also a comfy 3 pixels vertically, for which we might have to adjust the text offset, but thank you, butterfly. I actually meant to go for the Windows X button. I meant to go for that, but then my brain went, yep, that's an X, go click on it. So I went to the one that quits to the menu. Oh, amusing. Right. How is about? Where can we do that? So this is table. I could search for this, but meh. There. I'm gonna go 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then actually I don't have to move it to a corner. I can resize it comfortably like so. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right? Yes, that was 3. 1, 2, 3. It's a bit bothersome that I already made all the different variations before settling on a proper size, but here we are. I guess that's a word of advice. First test, first make sure that it's good before you invest effort. Which, really, that's just life advice, isn't it? That's just advice for life. But unfortunately, we are rarely in a situation that we can do so. Right. So, I've taken off 6 pixels of width and 3 pixels of height. Ooh, uneven height. I hate that. Oh, I hate that so much. I'm gonna make it just 2 pixels. Yeah, either that or I have to take off a 4th pixel, at which point we might actually run into some small issues. So, try that. Listen, I know that I have intentionally made this sprite. Now it looks like a South Park character. Yeah? Right? Looks like Ike. Anyway. I've intentionally made it with an odd size horizontally, such that there would be one single pixel in the middle. But that is just atoning for my past sins, that this heart here has an odd number of pixels, which means if I tried to make the sprite with an even number of pixels, then the heart would have to be off-center. And at a sprite this size, that would actually be notable. So I don't want to do it. Okay. Size adjusted. We can now... Yes, I'm deleting these sprites. If you're curious, I am very specific and very careful when I delete an asset, because I have in the past managed to delete an entire object that I still wanted to use, and GameMaker was no help in recovering it. Wait, no, that's not it. It's 210. 210 is 35 times 6, and 144 is that times 24. Yes. So, give this back to the objects. Right. painting camp. That scrap. There we are. While we're in here, we can steal some code from the photo, which, when it is picked up, it sets its angle a little cutely, like so. So I am just gonna steal that. I also need to steal the set shadow offset method. Holy tab. It's a surprise tool that'll help us later. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise. Shouldn't be that much of a surprise, given that, well, this is going to make the shadow further away very slightly so that you can see 2 pixels of shadow, which creates the little illusion that the draggable is actually higher up now because you're holding it. Yep, you're holding it, so there's more shadow. Super cute. But for now, we are not doing that. There is certainly an argument to be made that if we are doing the same codes twice, there certainly is an argument to be made that we could extract this logic. That being said, this also has to be a dialog box attachment point, so that would be complicated. Meh. It would be doable. I could write a script asset that sets up those functions, certainly. Because in GameMaker there's no such thing as scope, so you can totally just make a script that sets anything you want. You can make a script that sets up a bunch of functions using variables that the object probably has. And if it doesn't, then the game's going to crash. But GameMaker's not gonna care. It's certainly not gonna tell you at compile time whether or not those variables are actually present. Why would it? Oh. Show. That's just gonna work. So this is gonna give us the correct image angle. I need to set up some kind of shadow sprite for that, I suppose, which is going to be super easy. Am I going to bother making that at small size? Simple answer. Did I bother making that? Yes. Did bother making it for the idols, even though literally 90% of it is never used. It's only ever the right and bottom edge of it that gets used. But it is, I suppose, good practice to do it anyway. So, what we're gonna do is we're going to scrap shadow mole. Yeah, we're just gonna make this shape with no... Yes, this is the shadow. We're gonna make this shape, but out of shadow material, which is... it's just black. It's just black at a relatively high alpha value, actually. 150, that's 3/5 of what it could be. And that is slightly surprising because usually, yeah, with transparency, you really want, you don't need nearly as much as you think. most of the time, if I'm drawing something with transparency, if I'm making shading, I have it turned to like literally 20% opacity. That's how little you need. But the photo shadow is at 150 opacity out of 255, so when I say 20 opacity, I mean I do mean 10% basically. There we are. That's our shadow. Okay. Copy this. Faster it's to up there. Make it large. Yeah. And that's 210. Okay. Then we can set this up within the training camp stats grab, which this is a super trivial, super simple, super basic. Shadow is new sprite builder, not curly brackets, this isn't Java. And besides, if you're going new class with curly brackets, essentially making an anonymous class in Java, don't. There are very specific circumstances where that is correct. Usually you shouldn't. I'm gonna say, usually you should not. But that's not syntax that we have here anyway, so it's not relevant. We can set the sprite here to training camp shadow, and actually I'm gonna employ a little trick. Yeah, gonna employ a little trick. Step 1 is I am going to make a builders array instead of manually calling to both label builder and shadow builder. It is called just shadow in the photo because object photo was literally the first object that I made in this game. That was it, that was all there was to it. But the trick that I'm talking about is I've got this setter, yeah? I've got this to set up the offset at which the shadow is drawn, which is symmetrically in X and Y, and I could set up the shadow builder with its initial state, in which case I always know when this is created, I know that it is not being held, meaning I know for a fact that it has a shadow offset of 1 display pixel right and 1 display pixel down. But that is in itself duplicating code, right? Because then I'm setting the X coordinate of the builder here and in the set shadow offset method. So that's icky. That is icky. So the pattern I have come to prefer is to set it up with some state. In this case, the default is going to be that the shadow is directly underneath the object, so it's not actually shown. But we don't care what the state is, just that this shadow builder exists. Then, with it existing, we call the setter method that sets up the state as it should be. in this case, this is even already a little bit duplicaty, because what we should do, if we want to make this super clean, is we should take this and make a method that takes no arguments. Because if you take an argument, then you may need to make sure that the value of that argument is going to be the same each time that it's meant to be the same. But I can't just call set held. That would be nonsense. So I would have to make sure, of course in this case it's literally trivial. We're talking about set it to 1 display pixel or 2 display pixels if we're currently being held. But hey, by properly applying patterns, especially in the trivial case, where you don't have too much to think about, you can focus on only the pattern itself. And that way, you can learn it better for the complicated cases where it's not so easy how it should be. So my advice is, make your code clean. Make it well. In most cases, you know how you should do it. And while there certainly is the counterbalancing force that iterate quickly, in game development especially, you should first just make it work, make some kind of proof of concept, right? Don't worry too much about making it perfect the way that it's going to be when you release. Otherwise, you are going to spend weeks, months possibly, making sprites and animations and models for the main character before you even have a single room in the game. So certainly make your work appropriate to the level that it's currently at, because you might also not know for sure what it wants to be, right? Hit Idle, at the time that I started, it was going to be a completely different game. So if I had hyper fixated on the details, then I would have gotten nowhere, and I would have had to either finish that game in a state that it would have been significantly less enjoyable, or I would have had to toss all that work. So the true answer is, it depends, trademark. It depends. Know the balance, but especially when it comes to how you write your code, once it works, once you have a protagonist that you can press the arrow keys and they move, once you've made it work in some way, you should make sure that the code is good, that it is legible above all else, legible and maintainable, and that it is long-term usable. So what all this was leading to was we now have the update shadow offset method, which takes it away from us. We no longer need to determine what should the shadow offset be. This method does it for us, because we always... Hello, Brent. How's life? I should have posted in my Discord server, but there's like 4 people there. How am I? Well, a lot better than the headache I had yesterday. Also, hey, did you know I've posted my Steam page? Big stuff's happening. The demo is it's a little more refined than what I originally posted on Itch, but it's still largely the same gameplay. But yeah, it's on Steam now. We're public, which means I am more than handily ready for the coming Steam Next Fest. The one thing that I still need to do, that I'm dreading a little, is I should make a trailer sooner rather than later. But I don't wanna. I don't wanna, it's work. So, but that's great. That is awesome. So the music's a bit, there we go. Turn it down just a tiny bit. So, yes, and provided that I don't find any more huge glaring bugs, as I found one yesterday. Well, it wasn't a huge glaring bug, but it did need to be fixed. Which fortunately, you can just update your game on Steam. Yeah, you're on your Mac right now. See only, so you'll have to play after. That's fair. Here's the thing. Macs are complicated. I figured, right? GameMaker does, of course, natively support macOS and Ubuntu. And then I actually looked at it. This isn't gonna leak info, right? No. Like, okay, that's easy enough. Oh, wait, you need to... Right? You need to sign up with Mac. You need... Oh, sorry, with Apple. You need to sign up with Apple. You need to provide them a bunch of info. You need to provide them your entire source code, or at least the package, ahead of time. Also, this literally hard requires a Mac that, best I know, you literally require a Mac in order to publish Mac applications. I know that I had an iPod for some time, but I didn't have a Mac. And iTunes on Windows is an absolute bastard. It does not want to exist. But iTunes is the only way to interface with an iPod. So it literally just doesn't wanna otherwise. Did I know that you can't use controller vibration features because you create on the Mac? No, but that sounds horrible. So yeah, listen, we're just not doing that. Besides, I'm sure. So I switch your phone to Android. Oh, I too have an Android. I had a hand-me-down iPhone for a while, but it's just... Right. I don't even need to explain, we all know the issues. But the big thing is also, not only is Mac a huge border, like, what am I gonna do? Am I going to publish a game that I haven't tested? Or am I going to go through the huge border and probably, if Apple got their way, it would be literally a federal offense to make a Mac OS virtual machine? Am I gonna set up a virtual machine to be able to test this game? Not really, no. Testing on Ubuntu would be a bit easier. Like, right, well, not really. I don't currently have an Ubuntu machine. I used to own a machine that was Ubuntu, but I've sold it because I was literally so done with that operating system. Also because it was a funny story. I worked for a small company. I would consider it small, in the grand scheme of things, though for a software firm, 50 engineers is not small, of course. Of course, in terms of software, 50 people is quite a decent operation already. It was just split into so many projects that you only interacted with a few people. So it wasn't that big of an operation, and they had grown, but they hadn't really shaken off the YOLO, do whatever startup spirit, which is weird because they've been doing this for 20 years. So you would think they would slightly formalize some stuff. So strictly speaking, all the hardware that I had for that job was purchased on the company's money, but it was more of an advance credit, where all the hardware was mine. It was my property, so I could keep it. But any money that I didn't spend from this budget was paid out to me at the end of the year. You see maybe a small conflict of interest, where the less that I spend on hardware, the more do I get paid. And what am I gonna do? Am I gonna use my work laptop for gaming? I mean, practically I could, but not really, am I? Because that's the client's source code in unencrypted form on there. I'm not gonna mess with that. So it did create an inverse incentive scheme. That, of course, the reason why I quit, who was a person, he of course exploited that and used his garbage MacBook that I'm pretty sure he just had, and it took literally 2 solid minutes to compile. I was confused at first, like, yeah, make a change, see how it looks, right? You're gonna have to recompile the app, but so be it. Why are you so hesitant? Until eventually I muscled him into doing it. This was, during the bad times, so we were talking remotely. I muscled him into doing it, and then I found out, oh, it's because his system takes a solid 2 minutes to compile the app. Meanwhile, for me, it took 7 seconds. Dude was using a garbage MacBook, not fit for development, and pocketing the hardware money. So, was it his fault? Yes, because he was doing it. But it was also the company's fault for creating this incentive. Where I'm now, obviously, we just provided what hardware we're provided. And this is the company's property. That is, they often give away old hardware. Because, well, that's how it works. But outside of obsolete hardware that we are upgrading out of, it's not my laptop. So I'm gonna have to give it back if it is still useful, if/when I quit. In fact, I've already gone through 2 machines. Used to be, I had a PC, they gave me a laptop, now they've given me a better laptop, and it's really fancy. Anyway, that's a distraction. So yeah, the point is we're doing Windows only for now. Because another maybe slightly painful truth is macOS and Linux gaming is insignificant. It's like maybe 3 percentage points of the market. Windows has total global market saturation, and you know it does. at least in the gaming market, but practically also on the operating system market. And it's not a competition. We all know that it's not. You can pretend like Linux especially, and also macOS have a chance. They don't. It's only a contest in the eyes of those who have lost the contest. But anyway, and that's not me supposing, that's not me randomly guessing what I hope to be true. I got this fact from the industry. I think it was directly from the slightly contentious person, who am I to care? I'm not involved in the drama for. I'm pretty sure I've read from him that they stressed out over macOS, and then they actually did the research and they found, oh, 3% of our sales are on macOS. Okay, we can live without those. Listen, I'm all for making games available where it is reasonably doable, but Apple wants to be so annoying that you really can't blame anyone for not bothering to do it. What we need to do? We need to do something fancy here. We actually can't use the builders array as I initialized it, because we need to be very specific here. We want the shadow to be drawn first, so that it is underneath the scrap. Then we want to build the scrap's sprite itself, and then we want to build the label on top. Of course, we could make a surface with this and do that kind of stuff, but some time ago I got curious and I did a bunch of profiling, and surfaces aren't even that much faster, right? GameMaker is really good at doing graphics, obviously. That is its job. So even if you're drawing many sprites many times, many sprites each frame to the application surface, that's still not an issue. That's not an issue. Sure, maybe it would be slightly more efficient if we had surfaces for all of these. We pre-compiled what the surface is, because this content doesn't change. This is always the same. Yeah? But it is insignificantly so, if at all. And don't forget, you have to initialize, you have to upkeep, you have to check, you have to recreate your surfaces, so it's not really worth the effort. It certainly isn't worth... It certainly isn't just... It just isn't worth the coding effort. Right. In this arrangement I see something slightly wrong, which is... logically, the voice scrap would be casting a shadow on the hard scrap, and if the hard scrap is casting a shadow, then this should also be casting a shadow down here, but don't worry about it. The point is, it responds to being picked up in this cute way, and it extends its shadow outwards. Excellent! Yeah. It's super simple. It's super simple, but it really does help sell the illusion, right? Just a teensy tiny bit of fake 3D. Oh hey. Thank you, Twitch. Bang. There. Twitch bot caught us, but excellent. So, moving on. That's our scraps. I think we're going to consider ourselves happy with that. And time flies when you're having fun. It is actually the top of the hour already. So let us, I think next I want to do the same thing for the band name scraps here. They already have the angle, but they don't have a shadow, so they look weird. I would like for my game's design language to be that everything that is physically there, like physically on the table, has a shadow, in order to communicate both the relative depth more easily. Right? It should be casting a shadow on this scrap right here, and to sell this illusion, because I mean this works, but that's it. And also, if I'm doing this in 3 different places and I want it to be the same in each place, right? I'd also want to remove the shadow here, and though there currently aren't any slots to put this into, if I put this into a slot, I might also want to remove the shadow, or not. I want to think about, can I make this a common place? Can I set it up like such? Probably. It'll be a little jank, but I should be able to. So, but we will do this. Oh my god, I feel like an actual TV host. We'll do that after these few sponsored ads, because it is the top of the hour. Twitch wants me to run some ads, so I shall oblige. I shall stand up, stretch my legs, use the restroom. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. In a few minutes we're gonna be back, and we are going to disobey our own advice, because instead of pushing forward and making the stat assigner, we are going to mess with shadows. What a great time. That's why we're here, aren't we? To see me struggle around and mess with details instead of the bigger picture. So, see you in a bit. let us continue. Let's go to this scene. Turn down the musics. There we are. Idiot didn't run ads. That's bad. That is actually pretty really bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're gonna do 3 more minutes of break. Because if I don't run ads now, we're gonna have pre-rolls for an hour, so... Sorry, be right back in a few minutes. Sorry, see you in a bit. Let us continue. Goodness, do I love the system that I'm being made to roll ads, but listen, this is the better solution. It really is. This is the better solution because Otherwise, ads are just gonna happen whenever, and this way at least nothing important is being missed. Right, how's life? I'm having a great day. And welcome in, Mr. D-Boy. Or D-Boy, or as you like, really. So, I have, as I was undrinking water and as I was watering the plants from a watering can, that is, I have thought about some stuff, and there is actually a moderately elegant way that I can take this shadow logic and I can extract it. So, because, and listen closely, D-Boy, because I'm sorry, I'm gonna stick with the mister, okay? Because saying just D-Boy, that sounds dirty. But listen closely, because this might actually blow your mind. This is some real sorcery that I've gotten up to. This is here. So in Game Maker, there is no such thing as a scope, really. Naturally, there are function and loop scopes, but I guess I should say there's no such thing as visibility. There's no such thing as private. So what we can do is we can make a script. The script, and this is absolute madness. You may think, okay, scripts exist, but they are global functions. What of it? They run in the global scope. You are wrong. Scripts don't run in the global scope. They run in the scope of whatever executes them. So, if you wanted to, and this is encouraged behavior on the part of GameMaker, not only can you absolutely assign values into the scope of whatever object calls this script, you can also, as you'll note here, I'm accessing the room parameters variable and the hit idle variable, which to be fair, I've assigned this up here, but room parameters, that's just a variable that it's also not, it's not a map, it is a struct, but that's just a variable that the calling room handler has. So I fully have the scope of what I've called from, which is insane. That is insane. But even though GameMaker doesn't feature interfaces or any other way to do multiple inheritance, other than the single inheritance that it does feature, it does allow us to do something much the same. So, inherit shadowed. It allows us to do something much the same, in that we can make a function that is intentionally going to modify whatever calls it. So, giving it fields, giving it methods. The one thing that you can't do is you can't mess with the event code. So I will have to make sure to call certain functions during the draw event. But I can absolutely provide functions and fields like this. So for instance, if I was to, for instance, go to objects training camp scrap, and I just take this, yep, I take all this code, steal it, move it to here, Now, at this point, I need to make sure that I bind to the correct scope, meaning I need to use the method function. So, set held is method to self, and then it executes that code. I need to do that such that the whoops, I also need to remove the name here. I need to do that in order for the method binding to work out correctly, because is my answer. Because something or other. I don't know, that's just how GameMaker works. So set shadow offset is method on self, and self in this case is GameMaker is weird. GameMaker has both self and ID. Self is the self struct, it's the data that the current instance has. So it's not, strictly speaking, a reference to the current instance, but you can pretty much use it the same for everything other than directly referencing the current instance. Self does what you want, because of course all the variables are still there, all the methods are part of the self struct. GameMaker also features the ID variable, which is the reference to the current instance, which can also be used the way that you use self, because that will dereference to the current instance, which also has those variables and methods. And if you didn't get a single word of what I said, don't worry, it didn't make sense anyway. The point is, there is ID and then there is self, and in some cases you have to use one or the other specifically. In some cases they can be used interchangeably. You kind of have to experiment a little. So, but this gives us that, and then I would like for this script to create the shadow builder, which regrettably, no, not regrettably. Yeah, that's okay. So the shadow builder needs to use a distinct sprite, for which I suppose, well, there are multiple possible approaches for that, yeah? We could demand that whichever instance wants to call inherit shadow, it needs to set up the shadow builder itself. We could demand that it assigns a specific shadow sprite variable, or what I prefer. Well, no, we can move to the method, but you know what? Let's make it to demand a specific shadow builder. That is probably the best idea. Alternative would be, we can go here, we can take shadow builder and then just assign the shadow sprite into a variable. Unfortunately, the instance needs to specifically define this, and no matter which way we go about it, there's no way out of it. So that's a bit of a bummer. It's currently trivial, but I think I would like for just the part of it that is Um, hey, I've just had a great idea. What if that is an argument to the function? Yeah? That kind of solves all of my problems because then it is blatantly visible that you need it. It is required in order to inherit shadow. You need to. You need to provide the sprite. There's no way about it. Very nice. Incidentally, hey, have I mentioned the book Clean Code yet? Have I mentioned that it is a good thing to read? It's not even that complicated. It sounds like it's very technical, it's really not. If you know enough about code to write your own, you can get through it quite easily because it is intentionally made to be language agnostic. So, though it is focused on Java, it is language agnostic. The advice works in any language and it is written to be understood using any language, even if you don't speak Java. Although I would even bet that that's the thing, right? With the thing with programming languages is that they all rhyme. I didn't have a huge issue picking up GameMaker language because I already know how programming languages sound. And sure, some of these things are slightly different in GameMaker than they are in real languages, but they are mostly the same. You have functions, you have round parentheses for the arguments, then you have curly brackets for the scope. You end your lines with semicolons if you know what's good for you, Grog. You have functions, they can be called, you have variables, you know. It's all kind of the same thing. If you know one, then you can make sense of all of them. Except for brainhack. But that's not a real language. So, we no longer need to do this. And I am also going to add a little function here. Build shadow is a method upon self which takes no arguments, and all it does is it tells the shadow builder to build, which might sound unnecessary to make a method out of this, but it does mean that everything directly referencing the shadow builder is contained within this inheritance script. So we no longer need to know that it does create a variable called shadow builder. Instead, all that we need to know is that it defines a method called build shadow. And that method wants to be called in order to build it. We don't know or care about the internals of how this works, just that it is, just that it does exist. Also, do we want to be very funny? We can type check ourselves. Yeah? We can type check ourselves to make sure that we are a draggable, because this script does not make sense if it is executed on anything other than a draggable, because we need to override the setHeld method. And obviously, in order for that to happen, the reference to supersetHeld must hold. This must exist. So, With this done, we set up our shadow builder. We also want to update the shadow offset immediately in order to not have to do that here. Again, make the interface as easy to use as possible, so everything is as self-contained as we can be. The only thing that we need to think about at this point, provided that I have built it correctly, but the only thing that we need to think about is we need to call inherit shadowed with the correct shadow sprite, and in our draw event we need to call build shadow. Other than that, yeah, it's all working by itself. So with that, let us do precisely that. Inherit shadowed with the sprite training cam stats scrap shadow, and let's see this work. Place your bets now. 5 seconds to go. Is it going to crash? Why is it going to crash? What did Toraka do wrong? Place your bets now. 3, 2, 1. No more bets. Oh God, I'm amazing. Well, it didn't crash, and it is making the shadows correctly so far. God, I'm the best. So, what I don't love, I'll admit, what I don't perfectly love is that I've now baked the image angle code into the shadowed code, but that's really not an issue. That isn't really a problem. As for right now, everything that is shadowed also wants this angle setting code. So, excellent. Which means we can go to the photo and we can remove its code, which is dirty and icky and I hate it. But did I literally call it sprite shadow? Sure did. Listen, at the time, that was okay. At the time, there were no objects besides object photo. Right. Okay, so we need to remove this from the builder, and we need to do likewise. Why is this object? Why is this inherited? You actually don't have a parent, don't you? I mean, you have dialog box attachment point, but that does not define a draw event. And then you have power draggable, which also doesn't define draw. So there's nothing to inherit here. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to build the shadow before we draw anything else out of the photo. And we need to inherit shadowed with sprite shadow. There we are. With that, we should have reduced dozens of lines of code into okay, one small issue. One small issue. One small issue is that the alpha setting code, let's see if we can locate it. Oh goodness, where are you? The alpha setting code sets it to all builders, but naturally we don't quite, we've now lost that functionality, so that's okay. We can simply add it back. So set shadow alpha is method on self function which takes an alpha. Alpha is going to be a number, and we set the shadow builders alpha to that value. There. That way the shadow will fade in and out alongside the photo rather than always being full opacity. So they just need to add that in here. Set shadow alpha here. Okay, fine. Photo needs 3 lines of code as opposed to 2. Still, you see the value here, right? You see the value of moving this into a common inheritance interface, and you know, I'm kind of hoping that Grog will stop by because I want to show him this script. I feel like it would A, explode his brain, and B, be really interesting. Although, I've seen game maker devs use something similar to this, so this is certainly not a new pattern that I have made up by myself. But it is a really handy one that deserves to be known. You could also do some more stuff. As of right now, this pseudo inheritance, it doesn't define a type. You can't check for whether an instance has this stuff. So you could do some stuff in order to make it mark that it is now a shadowed. How you would do that is you would employ, probably you just, pardon me, you would just make all objects have a list of interfaces, or even better, instead of demanding that all objects have a list of the interfaces that they are, you just check, do you have a list of interface names? If not, then you are not any interface, obviously. But if you have such an array interfaces, then tell me, does your interfaces list contain shadows? And if so, then you are a shadowed, or to use the proper term, you implement shadowed. Because, sorry, forgive me. Also, aha! The shadow fades properly. If we finish this dialogue, we can also see the shadow fade out. Look, right here, behind butterfly. Yeah, the shadow fades out properly. Yes, the proper name is we implement an interface. Because, what's the current weather? The current weather in the game, it is gentle rain, which I think deserves to be a little louder. You know what, let's make that happen. So you implement an interface because at its core, what an interface was supposed to be is non-functional. It was supposed to be that you just define any object which implements this interface at least has these methods. Is it this one? No. Gentle rain? Yeah, possible. Anyway, that's not important. This truly is just a distraction. So you can, for instance, you can define a, well, set shadow offset method, and in the original implementation, there would be no functionality tied to this. You would only know it has a method like that, it takes a numerical offset, and it returns, in this case, nothing. That's all that an interface is supposed to do. But an object could then implement that interface, it could make those methods reality, however it so chose, and because you know it implements that interface, you know it has this method, so you can call it, and it'll do something as described in the specification of the interface. What I'm doing here is this is something between a marker interface. Well, no, not really. A marker interface is something completely different. This is basically implementing out of the interface. You can also do this in Java these days. You can do that in Java, where you can provide default implementations for functions, where those default implementations will be what runs if the object didn't bother to provide an implementation of its own. And that's also kind of cool. But it kind of weakens what an interface is supposed to be. Though, one more big thing is, in Java, as in many languages, you're allowed to inherit from one class, but you can implement any number of interfaces. So, by that logic, interfaces became inheritance light, allowing you to gather a bunch more functionality through default implementations. Anyway, what was I doing? I wanted to go to our draggable because I want to be able to override insert into slots, which I already can. Oh, that raises the secondary question. Okay, this is only overwritten by note, so I can override it in the shadowed script. Right. So, what I want to try is I want to try insert into slots is a method on self which I think takes no arguments. What is it? No, it takes the slot. We don't care about the slot, but for clarity's sake, we are going to take it anyway. So, super insert into slot with that slot, then disregard it. Because all that we want to do is when we are inside a slot, shadow builder disable. There. And check once again. Are we able to override remove some from slot? No, not yet. Because this does not have a separate super method, and this is just because GameMaker is a little jank, or maybe I'm the jank and I'm not using GameMaker correctly. Who knows, truly? The point is, you can't just override a method like this. You have to do it slightly weirdly in order to avoid an infinite loop of a method calling itself by a name that isn't actually its own, but GameMaker seems to think that you are referring to the same method. It's weird. Don't worry about it. So, in order to do so, we are going to make this method that you can just overwrite, and it does nothing but call the basic implementation. And now we can override it. We can say remove from slot is no longer what it was, but now it is these things. We still want to run the original implementation, because if we didn't, then bad stuff would happen. We would not actually remove the draggle from the slot and everything would be horrible. Okay. Also, when we remove ourselves from the slot, we want to enable the shadows. Okay. That is going to be, if I've done this correctly, then it is going to remove the shadow of any draggable that is inserted into a slot. Let's see it. Oh goodness, I hate it. No, don't like it. No, 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 hate it. Oh goodness, no. No, no, not doing that. Right. Well, that's game development stuff for you. Sometimes you try a thing and it doesn't work out. Which is why you want to have quick iteration times. Quick iteration times. Try a thing, see if it works for you. If not, remove it. That's how it has to work. Don't get stuck on the details like I'm currently doing. Right. But wait, was it? Speaking of details, was it Windstorm? No. No. This is audio balancing. I will do audio balancing later. So, there's one more thing that wants to inherit shadowed. In fact, there are actually a few more things, but that'll be a little more complicated. Oh, what have I done? Well, to start with, we can take the band name scraps. Right? That's what I was originally on about. That specifically band name slip. There are two variations on it. The band name scrap is a smaller one, which is used on the band form exclusively to allow you to pick the band's name parts. Speaking of details, I could have made it just hard assign a randomly chosen name for the band and that would have been great, but no, obviously I wanted to let you pick your own name for the band, which may very much come back to bite me, because that might imply to some people that you can pick a band's name and they'll appear to the fans as that original band, when the truth is quite the opposite. A band is determined based on who is in, not what their name is. The name is completely irrelevant. Literally, it doesn't matter. It's not referenced. Oops, I'm doing it bad. Need to make the shadow uniform. A band's name is completely irrelevant. Right. Only the members matter, which makes it slightly awkward if I allow you to pick the name as though it did matter. But, well, there's the creative aspect of the game again, I suppose. So, 96 is the size that we want to do. Okay. That's that. That is us properly sized. Now there's the shadow for the band name scrap, which means from here we can go to the band name scrap, or sorry, the band name slip, and we can let it inherit shadows with that sprite. Then all that we gotta do is once again build shadow, and there we are. Do you see it yet? Do you see the power of abstraction and building code in centralized locations to be easily accessed and modified? I certainly hope you do, else I'm not doing my job right here. Yes, thank you, Butterfly. Your dialogue is working properly. See? Here it is. And I already like this so much more. With it actually acting as a physical thing that is casting a little bit of shadow. Ah, love it. Do love it. On the band name scrap, it is a little awkward in that the top corner has no shadow. I mean, if you look too intensely at this shadow, it only kind of makes sense anyway. I'm implying that the light source is that away, which might be. That would mean that teacher's desk is kind of to the right front of the windows. So if, let's see, if the windows are here, then teacher's desk must be like so, such that the light comes from the left and front and cast shadows like this. The point is, don't look too intensely at them. They don't make a ton of sense, but they don't need to. They're just there. They exist. They make it a little more believable that these are physical objects. So, and the reason why I got a little bit of dread was I have draggables in every minigame, because this is a game that you control by having a thing and putting the thing into a slot. So, in hop, step, smile, exclamation point. Well, already we have a question mark here, because these ones, They don't respond, yeah? So these are just flat and they don't have shadows. And that has a reason. The reason for that being that they used to be, or they are implied to be, not physically there. These are input devices for you, the player. But that raises the question, shouldn't they be? But then, if I make these into physical objects, where do we stop? If we go to Songcraft, I think it would be more than slightly silly. Thank you, Butterfly. If we go to Songcraft, I don't think it would make sense for the nodes to have shadows and angles. I think these should look precisely the way that they do now. Because these actually are metaphorical. These are not physically there. These are for you, the player, to control the game. However, then we have the opposite. We have some things that are explicitly, thank you, Butterfly, they are explicitly there in the world, and they're intended to be. Like in poster artistry. Yeah. And these things, yeah. First of all, I'm noticing that these things use a different border color. Need to write that one down. They use a different border color, which might be slightly more complicated to fix than it seems, but no, I can do anything, really. They use a different border color. Also, these are physically present in the world. But at the same time, they don't really want a shadow. Not really. Also, you need to be able to control their angle manually. Otherwise, how are you gonna do this? Yeah, that wouldn't work. Of course, you can have both. You can have them change their angle as you pick them up. However, if I then allow you to spin them around, then the angle, sorry, the shadow would spin with them. Also, there are additional issues. The shadow would be visible through them, because how this works, this is a surface and the text is cut out of the image. So I'd have to make sure that the shadow isn't visible through. Also, again, these are surfaces. These are not sprites. There's no sprites that looks like this background. This is all dynamically generated. So, consequently, giving this thing a shadow would be very complicated, and if I just let it spin around, then when it is on its head, the shadow would be up here, and that would make absolutely no sense. So I think for these elements we just kind of hand wave it. Yeah, for lack of a better option, really. Oh, which leaves these. These very much could be shadowed, because these have a fixed sprite and they are a specific object where I could simply call inherit shadowed, and that would be that. I may have to slightly increase the size of this thing, of the combination, but yeah, what of it, really? Like, there's plenty of space in this room. If anything, the combination, or the routine, I should maybe call it, the routine is slightly too small, because it is precisely as big as it needs to be. Shall we give that a try? I think we shall. So, as before, first thing we need to do is we need to not be in the tables folder, but we need to be in the minigames. Hop, step, smile, exclamation point is part of the name, folder. Make ourselves a shadow for this. So, step option, shadow, small. And we are definitely looking at this shadow. Okay. Which means we can delete all these frames, we don't need them. We can delete the icon, we can rename this to the shadow, just so that we can redraw the shape. I kind of would love if there was an easier way to do this, to create a shadow based upon a sprite, and yeah, there is. Yeah, there absolutely is. It might not even be that difficult, but at the same time, it would be a lot of work for not a lot of reward, so at that point, why bother, really? At that point, it is just easier to make separate shadow sprites for all the things that we want to give a shadow. You know, like this, with no separate border color, this looks like a camera viewfinder, right? At least it looks like how camera viewfinders never actually looked. I was there. But how they're always depicted, what with the 4 frames telling you what is inside the photo. Negative space. Funny, isn't it? Right. Copy this, move this to the full size one, which is up here. Move it to hop, step, smile. And upsize to 144. Because that is 6 times 24. Okay. And then we go to the object that will represent it. We can do... There's one more tiny thing to consider, which is that as far as this goes, there is the step option and there's the step option spawner, which both look the same, but the step option is the draggable one that you actually pick up. The spawner, when you click on it, it spawns a step option into your grasp. So, inherit shadowed with step option shadow, here it is. The point of that is that if we just do this, then there is not going to be a there's not going to be a shadow on the spawner, only on the draggable itself. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. That may be jarring, it may also be just fine. Thank you, butterfly. So hop, step, smile, exclamation point. So right now we have no shadows here, but as soon as we pick up, let's say this step right, I don't hate it, I don't love it. Right, because now these behave like physical objects, but here they are pasted into this. I might want to update that, but not directly with the shadowed script, just adding an additional shadow. Yeah, maybe. Does this even look okay? Let's say we fill this out, yeah? So there needs to be a step right in the second half. There need to be 2 or more different, so there need to be 2 snaps, then there need to be 6 or more different moves. Is this it? Right, back, snap, kiss, wink, clap. Yep, that's us. I like that. For sure, the routine needs to be larger. It needs a little more space in order to accommodate that effectively the step option is now a pixel size larger. So that now it is overlapping like so. Are we going to immediately attend that? No, I was kind of hoping to make progress today. This is a tangent to a distraction, really. Oh, why not? Why not? So, what that's gonna be is, it is going to be in minigames. Here, step combination. You need additional space. Just height or width and height? Kind of both. Meaning, we don't want to just add a little bit of width on the side. We want to make it uniform. We want to make it spread out. So that means we need, I'm going to say 2 pixels. 2 pixels of extra size on the sides. And 2 pixels of extra margin here, between them. So that would make an extra 12 pixels of width. Does that still fit? Is it better if we use just the 1? I cannot say. So, as always, we are going to try and iterate. And likewise, we are going to want some additional space here. I'm gonna say also 2 pixels of extra space. So that would bring us to 70 minus 1 pixels of size, and move that to the top left. There we are. Now we can split it open, move it into its corners, and remend the borders. Boop, 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 and a boop. Right, so this could get really complicated, but there's an easy way about it. You just select everything, because everything has to move to the right 2 pixels. So we do this, and now we select everything except the leftmost one, because the leftmost one is in position. So move everything except leftmost, move these 2, and move these 2. And that has not resulted in what I want. Did I do my math wrong? Yes. Oh, engineer math. Just how did I arrive at the conclusion that a left margin and a right margin and 3 inner margins was going to be equal to 6 margins? That's 5, in case you haven't noticed. Also, I've used the wrong color here. Here we are. Okay, so moving this together and fixing the sprite size. Resize canvas 124. Leave the image on the left side. Here we are. There we go. Now, the numbers are still off, but we're going to employ the same trick. Move everything right. Move these two. Move these two. Move these. There. Now, all that we further need to do is we've bargained for an additional 2 pixels on each margin, so on top, on the bottom, and in the middle between here, which means same idea. Select everything, move it down by 2. Select the bottom row, move it down by 2. Do the same for the numbers. Whose entire point this was. There. Now, this is going to do as well for the sprite. And the positioning may already be well updated, it may not. See, I have differing habits. Usually my habit is that I define everything relative to its sprite. So even if I change the sprite size, it will perfectly well update its position, which is cool, right? If it updates its position automatically, yes, I would like to delete this sprite, thank you. If it updates its position dynamically based on its sprite, then I can change the sprite and it will just work. It'll automatically move itself into the correct place to maintain the same offset from where it was previously. But I might not have bothered to do that. Anyway, 70 minus 1 times 6 is 400. Dang it. It is 414. Which also needs to be spelled properly, like this. I'm trying to avoid saying the funny numbers as a bit. But unfortunately, 70 times 6 is a funny number. Which is unfortunate when you're trying to say 70 minus 1 in order to avoid saying the other funny number. Not that I'm at all opposed to those, they're just numbers, but it's funny. A joke is funny if you explain it, isn't it? Right, I think let us associate this with the object, so object step combination. Just goes up, right, step, combination. Place your bets now. Is this going to be placed correctly? Is it going to overlap with some other elements? What's it gonna do? I'm kind of feeling it's going to overlap. But let us see. Place your bets now. What's it gonna be? I'm just great. I positioned this with relative offsets based on the sprites such that it would move itself properly into place. Now, I kinda hate it I have to admit. Though, maybe if we fill it up, it'll look a little better. Right. So, there's the other issue. The slots did not update. Obviously. Because the slots were not told where they're supposed to go. So, that is the next thing we are going to attend. And then I also want to make a little intermediate solution to maybe give these builders, like these spawners here, also a little shadow. It's just that I can't use the same script for it, because these of course are not draggable. But we are going to do that in a bit. First, it is once again time for me to take my second midstream break. So, stretching legs, undrinking water, grabbing a snack, all those wonderful things. You guys feel free to do the same. You're not gonna miss anything. Don't go too far though. In just a few minutes we're gonna be back. We're gonna fix this slot alignment issue, which it's gonna be super simple. It just needs to be fixed. We're gonna fix that. And then we may even get some work done on the major feature that I want to work on, which is the training camps. You know, the big feature that the game is still missing, that it needs to have before full release, that one. I've done a lot of work to prepare for it between yesterday and today, so I know what I want to do. We just gotta implement it. So, stay tuned, see you in a bit. let us resume. Welcome back, everybody. So. Right. What we need to do is we need to fix the offsets. Now, did I remember to take a good look at the offsets? Did I ever? Obviously I did not. But the good news is that by the magic of constants, I just need to change this number, and I need to change that number, and here we go. I'm pretty sure that's all there is to it. I also need to say that the distance between slots is now 2 greater, so it needs to be 6 times 6. And the slot X offset is actually already accounts for the sprite width, but I think it is one too far over now, because of course, yes, it is one too far over, because here on the left edge we have 2 additional pixels, so it might even be 2 pixels too far over. Let's try that. See how that one looks. By the way, I like this music track. I might use that one in the ending. Maybe. Maybe. Anyway, so place your bets now. Oh, it needs to be way further to the right. This might also be a half pixel offset. It might not be. I think it isn't. There's no reason why it would be, so... actually, what I've done is... I got it right, it needed to be 2 pixels over. I just moved in the wrong direction. Because, of course, we are moving left by half the sprite width, then we are moving right to the middle of the first slot. In order for that to work out, if the sprite is wider, then that means we are moving further left, and we have more of an offset to overcome. That means the offset needed to be greater, not smaller. There. That's us. Kinda hate this corner here. Kinda hate it. I might want to unceremoniously peel this corner out, basically. Like remove this from the shadow and this one, instead of having it be a straight copy. Just have this shadow here. Because the problem with it is that it interrupts the shadow. Yeah? There's shadow here, but there isn't here. So either it should be continuous or it should not be. It shouldn't be up here, that is. And I think it would look better if it just wasn't there to begin with. So, what we're gonna do is we're actually going to do precisely that. That is the corner pixel that is picking out here. We're gonna do that, and that'll make the shadow look slightly more appealing. I can even do that right here, turning on the pixel grid, not 4x4 but 6x6. Oop, it is you and you that I want gone. And obviously I'm also then going to use the small version and remove the according pixels. Right. That's the secret. sometimes you want to break the rules. Sometimes you want to do something that doesn't actually physically make sense because it looks better. If you ask anyone who's involved with animation, don't look behind the scenes of any Pixar film or anything like that. It's all hacks and manually position stuff and model changes and animation weirdos that work for precisely this scene, but because they make the scene look just a little bit better, you do it. Because, of course, all that matters is that the shot, the scene, looks good. It doesn't matter that it obeys the laws of physics. It'll only ever be seen from that one direction, this one shot, so all that matters is how it looks there. Right. What I want to do is I want to head to the object that is the step option spawner. And as I described, I want to give you a shadow builder, which is a sprite, a new sprite builder with a sprite using the step option shadow. When you draw yourself, then I want you to first draw this shadow builder and then draw yourself. And the shadow builder also needs to be offset. Set X and set Y in order to actually be a shadow and not just be behind the same sprite, such as to not be visible at all. Right. See that in action? Probably I'll want to also mess with the sprite. Here. Well, I got what I wanted, yeah? The shadow is no longer here, but... Oh, in my hubris, haven't I made things worse by getting precisely what I wanted? Maybe. Yeah. Well, either the corner style needs to be different. Maybe I want a slightly less pointy corner on these. Or alternatively, I actually want the shadow to be put back. Because... yeah, now it does look kind of weird that there isn't a shadow pixel there. And... it is more important that it intuitively feels right, because intuitively is the only way that most players are going to interact with it. So if there's something that feels weird, they're gonna take notice. Yeah, I guess I was wrong, but once again, that is why we iterate. That is why we do what we do. But I do like this. And I was a little concerned that I was also going to have to edit this sprite here in order to give it more space. But I kinda don't hate this. I kinda don't hate it. The way that it looks now. It moves the spawners visually away from the cardboard underneath. And I like it. I do like it. This allows them to be more distinguished. It it highlights them as interactable objects, though. Well, no, this is the second minigame that you go to, so making it clear what you can and are supposed to click on isn't the worst idea. I mean, obviously, making things intuitive is always a good idea. Requiring the player to have any knowledge is bad. Certainly, you can get away with it if it's a safe assumption that they have that knowledge. But requiring it is icky. So, let's see, this looks perfectly well. So, step away on any even beat, wink in the second half, no immediate repetitions, start or end with clap. You know, I am pondering making these requirements a little more strict, because as things stand, the minigame is going to generate you between 3 and 5 requirements, and those requirements are going to... Usually it's a pretty safe assumption that one of them can be satisfied without anything specific, or you know, there's these 3 to 5 requirements are going to specify just about between 3 and 5 of your moves. In this case, yeah, we have specified 3 of them, so just a 3 move routine would have been enough. Maybe that's good. It does need to be remembered that the game's not supposed to require a exact specific code, both to make it a little easier and to allow you some creativity. That's also why I don't tell you step away on specifically beat 2, but step away on any even beat. I don't tell you wink on this beat or immediately then. I tell you wink anywhere in the second half. The game is supposed to be creative. It is themed after a creative activity, and consequently it is supposed to itself let you be a little creative. What with songcraft, what with poster artistry, what with this minigame, even line rehearsal. Though you're not strictly creative there, you still give your own input, you select what you think is best. So, but that means I like how this looks. I like how this looks, save for the shadow being weird, which we can very simply undo. Quite literally, we go into here, we press the undo button a few times, and there we are. Now the corner's back. Okay. Now then, shall we return to what we were actually doing? Yes. Because what we were actually doing is not that. Well, it was to add shadows to objects, and I have done this in a very elegant way, using the inheritance script, but that's not what we want to move forward on. We want to move forward on the training camp stat scraps. So, question arises. Am I satisfied with the way that they are now? Probably. Probably pretty satisfied. Because the sizing is good. There's a good amount of distance between the text and the icon. I think the note needs to move over by 1. Yeah, the note needs to go 1 to the right, but other than that, these are perfectly good. There's a good amount of spacing. There's a little bit more space underneath the text than there is above the icon, but I think the layout is good, the way that it is now. So that means that I can draw a sprite for the training camp stats picker, and we can fill that, and we can, as we do, we can take the stat scrap, take its size, and bake in some slots for it. So, step one. Step one, as we've just said, I want to fix the sizing on you. Yeah. Well, even though, strictly speaking, the node is correctly positioned, because there are 3 pixels of the node to the left, and there are 3 pixels of it to the right. That's, of course, that's just not how you see it, because there's so much more weight of it here that the visual middle, I'm gonna call it, the visual middle of it is more this pixel line, because you don't see the flag as equally weighty. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just fix it real fast on the full size option, so the full size version, and then go to the small version and make it identical in order to save myself the effort of copy and pasting. There. Right. Then we can very conveniently take this shadow. So, how do we want to set this up? Let's see, the band name stats picker should be... What should it do? The stats picker needs actually not much beyond 2 slots. I want those 2 slots to be side by side in order to communicate clearly that they will receive equal focus. Because if you have them on top of each other, so you first have heart, then underneath it you have persona, that communicates to the player that there is an order, that one's going to be prioritized over the other, but it won't be. They'll both receive equal attention. So put them side by side, which makes that slightly less of an issue. The stats picker should be comfortably larger than them. Obviously it needs to comfortably fit both of these objects with some space to spare. It needs to be clearly larger than them. But does it need anything else beyond 2 slots? It needs a label, which needs to be able to be, again, comfortably large. But other than that, it does not need any interactive elements, which would be the big killer. Buttons need to be well sized enough to be comfortably clickable. And there's an entire theory about this, which, by the way, GameMaker completely violates. Like, why do we have so much space here? Yeah, why do we have so much space, 90% of which is not used for anything? Why is the extremely important edit image button so tiny? There is science behind this. There is math that you can do. I vaguely remember how it goes, but you know, it is as simple as it takes the user, the player, an increasing amount of time to reach and accurately click a target, the target in this case being the button, based on the distance that their pointer needs to travel, because if we try it, right, the longer you need to travel, the more off are you going to be. It's like golf. Doing a 1 meter putt is one thing, but landing in the hole accurately over a 200 meter drive, that's something else. So the more of a distance that you ask to travel, the more off is the user going to be, and they then need to realize where did they land. They need to relocate their target, and they basically, I'm making this sound weird, but that's really how the human brain works. They need to locate their target, locate where they are, recalculate the path that they need to move their hand in order to reach the target. They need to not overshoot, but they do need to reach it, and what that means is the time to accurately click a button scales with the distance from where you currently are to the button, such as, allow me to illustrate. If I'm currently right here, then, well, that's where my pointer is, yeah? The pointer is going to be located here as the screen transitions, which means the time taken to select a save game, and don't get me wrong, it doesn't matter whether this takes a millisecond more or less. We're not speedrunning here, but it's also easier. It's faster because it's easier. So that's time. That increases with distance. It also increases with the size, or rather lack thereof, of the button that you are asking the player to click. Which is why the save games are so comfortably large, because they don't need to be small. And then, are you ready for me to blow your mind? This is intentional. The last save game that you opened is at the top of the list, and what's right here? Oh, it's a load button, which is so comfortable you can just shove your mouse over and you'll probably land on it. That is intentional. The less relevant buttons, copy and delete, they are down here, where there is more distance to travel. So not only do you need to go more distance, you also need to accurately hit them. So put related elements close to each other and make them large. This cannot be overstated. Make them larger than you think they need to be. Because what are you scared of? Like, use the space that you have. There's a trend which is, I think, it's specifically coming from the mobile-only school of development, in which you develop for mobile devices and desktop devices. They can open the page too, right? So all is well. Just when you have a screen that's bigger than this, when you have a screen that's larger than this, your site tends to spread out. And the icons that are perfectly fine on mobile tend to become tiny. Another trick that you can employ is use your corners. In this case, I'm slightly off where I would want to be, but there's a reason why back in the age when we actually full screened anything, the X button is at the top right corner, because then you don't need to aim. You can just literally go whoosh, okay, I'm in the top right corner. I know that I am there because even if I overshoot, my cursor stops at the corner of the screen. So effectively, I just need to do a whoosh and then come back a little distance to reach the back button. Right? That is designing for humans. That's, I think Designing for Humans is the name of a book, but it's not one that I've read. Anyway, that's the very starting basics of that. There are a lot of rules for designing, and it's not just rules that somebody gets paid to tell you about and to tell you to apply. No, we have these rules because they matter. Another rule, by the way, is, well, there are two. Two rules I would like to mention. Law of similarity. If it does something similar, if it does the same thing, it should look the same, which I'm doing my best to apply in Hit Idle. Like with the shadows, if you can drag it, it probably has a shadow. Or it comes from a cardboard cutout. So GameMaker isn't the worst about this, it's got its style in order. So we'll give it a pass on that. These two buttons aren't exactly related in function, but they are both buttons, so yeah, that's fine. Likewise, if something is close to another thing, then we mentally associate them. And likewise, if things are apart, then we disassociate with them. So we assume that things which are far apart from each other are not related. So the interface is okay, but please just make these buttons larger. We've got all this space, and if I open all this stuff, then we get a scroll bar anyway, so why does this have to be so small? Why can't the most important controls that are so important that you always show them by default, why do those need to share a tiny slice where everything else is in drop-downs and that gets significantly more space? Anyway, that's a complete yapathon. We were on thinking about how big this sprite needs to be. So once again, I am going to employ the technique of, I don't know, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna say it's going to be wide enough to fit 2 of these slots with a margin of 4 pixels between them and with a margin of 4 pixels to the edge. That would make us 35 pixels times 2 plus 3 margins of 4 makes 82. And it needs to be tall enough for 1 row of slots, plus comfortably fitting a large label, which needs to be, I'm gonna call that 16 pixels. So let's start the race with training camp stats assigner. Let's go into this race with a sprite that is 72 times 40. Okay, and for that we are going to use just our basic paper, probably, lacking any better ideas. And as always, if you don't have a better idea, then just make something. Make something happen initially, refine later. The color fill tool is certainly going to be helpful to me on that. What I'm also going to do is... Yeah. Just gonna go ahead and steal me a little corner. There we are. Okay. Stolen corner. Go. Boop. Boop. And a boop. Okay. Now we can finish drawing out the border. And there's our element in the same style as everything else. I'm using a slightly blindingly white, like, can you see that on the camera? No, not really. Because, hey, are you ready for another cursed secrets? Computer screens don't emit radiation. They don't. They really don't. Spending too much time staring at an overbright screen isn't good for the eyes, no. But that's because you are fixing your eyes to a specific focal length, meaning you're focused on this specific thing at this specific distance, which strains the muscles because humans are beasts of change. We're not supposed to we're not supposed to do anything for an extended period of time. Does it mean that our specialization as a species, giving specific jobs to specific people, does this mean that this is literally going against our nature and we spend so much effort countering that with workouts and seminars and whatnot? Yeah. I don't even have a butt for you. That's just, yeah. Anyway. The point is, in this instance, that I did not leave enough space in the sprite. It needs to be taller. The point is that, imagine a walk through the jungles of Africa or something like that. Imagine you're on a walk. You're not looking at a specific thing at a specific distance 1 meter away from you, if that. Honest answer, is your computer screen 1 meter away from you? Because it's supposed to be. But you're not looking at a specific thing at a specific distance. No. No, what you're doing is you're looking at all different kinds of things. Hey look, it's a burb up in a tree. There's mountains in the distance and stuff like that. So your eyes constantly adjust, which may sound strenuous, but that's what muscles are meant to do. Without going too deep into the biology here, step one, let's think. I'm feeling an offset of 46 pixels, like 6 pixels between the slots and the bottom of the sprite. Kind of feeling that. Completely at random, that is. Humans have more muscles than I would even like to guess at how many. At least 5, that's how high I can count. So we've got a lot of muscles. And it's not so much that a specific muscle sets itself into position to make a specific movement. Or at least there's not a muscle that controls how bent your arm is. There's the biceps. There is also the triceps at the back, I believe. which stretches it out. So pretty much all of your movements, eyes included, all of your movements are controlled by several muscles, which tense. Oh, what a mess have I made here? They tense in order to put you in their specific position, but they're meant to then be able to relax and have some other muscle pull you into a different position. Yeah? Let's see. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So you need to go up. And you are 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Okay. Somehow this feels like there's not enough space horizontally. What have I done wrong? Because 35 times 2 is 70, and 70 plus 12 is not 72. Nobody saw that. So it's not so much that a specific muscle is moving to put you in a specific position. Also, I actually want to try giving them an offset of 6, at least from the edge, so I'm gonna give this an extra 4 pixels. No, it is that, well, one muscle puts you in one position, like having your arm flexed, and as long as you remain like this, that muscle needs to do its work. Yeah, there's the biceps. It needs to do its work continuously. It needs to remain tensed. It never gets a chance to relax. And you try doing that for an extended period of time with weights on. It's not pleasant, because you're meant for change. You're meant to give that muscle time to relax while other muscles take over. And that is precisely how the human eye works too. 5, 6. Here we are. Don't love that. I'm pretty sure I don't love that, but let's keep going for now, see what happens. So, the point is, why do you get monitor strain? Because your muscles are tired, because you are setting your eyes to the same focal length for hours on end. So obviously, they are going to get tired from holding the same position. It's not that your monitor is emitting magical rays that break your eyes. Also, yes, I hate how big this is. I want these slots to be like so. Yeah, that's much better. With an offset of 4 between the slots and the border, which creates an offset of 6 between them, but I think that's okay. If not, I'll change it, you know? So, that is why your eyes feel tired, because they are. Certainly, it used to be true that your monitor was literally a source of radiation. You know, back in the days before civilization was invented, when we had an actual, what's it called? A neutron emitter? Yeah, like we had a tube that emitted charged particles that struck against a filament. They struck against the backside of your screen, and that would light them up. That would light up that part, and it had to do this 60 times a second also scanning along. That's why we call it scan lines, because it shot a particle at the top left of your screen, then 1 pixel over, then 1 pixel over, and so on, going along. So it moved at incredibly rapid speed, and that's also why monitors always made a boing sound when you turned them off. It was quite literally, the tube was springing back into a resting state from having been incredibly excited and vibrating all the time. It sounded like a spring because it was a spring. And that's why it made that image too, right? When you shut it off, it would show a relatively bright flash, quickly closing into the center. That's why, because it was no longer being controlled, it was just springing back to its resting location, so it made an image like a spring closing in on its resting location, because that's what it was. So the point is, those kinds of monitors, CRT monitors, yeah, maybe don't stand too close to them for too long, because they quite literally do emit radiation. Liquid crystal displays though, what? There's no radiation source within, it's just a light that is being passed through a colored layer. So there's no danger there. Which is why you can sit as close as you want to a modern TV, it doesn't matter. They just tell you it's dangerous and you should sit away. Mostly to satisfy your parents specifically, who vaguely heard someone somewhere say that screens emit radiation and therefore that's terrible for you and it's bad and it's going to destroy your eyes, so you get precisely 20 minutes a day of looking at a screen. And maybe if the science was properly explained to them, they might acknowledge the truth that it's complete nonsense. But oh well. Anyway, well, this needs to be upscaled. That is 300 minus 4 times 6, which is 276. So, are you enjoying Science Hour with Toraka? God damn it, I went to college and I'm gonna show it off. So, I know the very basics of some parts of physics and biology. And I'll be darned if that doesn't let me act like I am way more competent than I actually am. You know, standard internet fare. Make sure to check everything I say, by the way. Don't trust any one source implicitly. That's life advice for you. I tell complete nonsense. Probably. So, we need to, for a start, we need to give this sprite to the object. We're just gonna let it draw itself in all normal style. So, sprite training camp. That's assigner. Stats picker. Oh, careful. Need to call a spade here. So it's not a stats assigner, it's a stats picker, because, well, you pick 2 stats. You don't assign them. Right. So, now, I've already prepared the slots array. We need to now instantiate it. This is going to upset Feather, but I don't really care. I'll be honest. I don't really care. What we're going to do is, if we instantiate the array like this, what GameMaker actually does on Windows is it first evaluates the last value, then the first. Why does it do this? Why doesn't it do stuff in the order that it's written? Anyway, because is why. Actually, I've got a pretty good idea of why. That is going to launch into a lecture on computer science. Yeah, we have time for that. What I'm pretty sure happens is... actually... Yeah, we're gonna keep this like... No, we're not gonna keep this. What happens is it first runs the instruction to set up an array, and allow me to illustrate, do another thing. Yeah, you would think, okay, it's going to instantiate this array, it's going to call the method do thing, and it's going to then do it's going to call the method do another thing. You are wrong, or at least there is no guarantee. You are wrong, probably. This behavior is unspecified which order it does the things, which is why you need to be super careful. If it matters, then you're in danger. So you need to write your code in such a way that it doesn't matter. There are several ways about it. I'm going to implement one of them. How I suspect this comes about is, and keep in mind, I don't know, I'm just guessing here, but how I suspect this happens is GameMaker instantiates the array and it finds two method calls, so it sets up both of these method calls, which does a little thing. It's called the call stack, where we are pushing to a stack where we want to go and with which arguments. In this case, there are no arguments, but GameMaker first collects what it wants to do, and then, because it is a stack, it is first in, last out. The last method call that came along gets executed first. Sure, because why would code be executed in the order that it is written, right? Anyway, so there's a way around this, and I would advise you to work like so. So we are first going to instantiate our array. This is just being kind to GameMaker so that it knows, okay, there's going to be 2 slots. It doesn't need any more space, but it is going to need space for 2 slots. Then, for each of these slots, we want to have slot starting x is, I don't know, minus 20 times 6. Slot x distance is, well, it's the width of the sprite plus the distance between the slots. So that's 35 plus 6 times 6. And the slot y offset is, I don't know. Well, the slot is, as we have established, it is made to fit a thing which is 24 pixels tall. So it's going to be at least an offset of 12. I'm guessing, just gonna put a random number here, it's probably around 16. Which means from the middle of our sprite we need to go 16 pixels down. Well, 16 display pixels, hence the times 6, in order to reach the actual middle of the slot. Now, slots I is create slot for the sprite, and this now takes the x, so slot starting x plus slot x distance times I, which I starts at a value of 0, so for the first slot this is just the starting x. For the second one it's the starting x plus once the distance. The y is a constant, it does not change. Then this is a little convenience function that I made. It allows me to specify a sprite that is supposed to go into this slot, in which case this, here we have the stat scrap, and that's us. And now we have successfully diffused the arbitrary timing of GameMaker. Because you see what we've done, instead of creating the array implicitly and leaving it up to GameMaker in what order it does stuff, instead we've created our array and we explicitly tell it, first you make the first slot, then you make the second. In this case, of course, it doesn't really matter. In this case, the execution order is irrelevant, but it is handy to have proper control of how your code is executed, in what order, and to have that order be visible. Because, well, if the order matters, then you want to be aware what the order is. In this case, specifically, you want to be able to read and understand and control the order of your code when you are modifying state. If I'm setting some variable in this loop, then I want to do it in a loop where I have full control over when it's happening, as opposed to if I'm calling a method that changes a variable. Depending on when that function is executed, it may or may not be changed, as any given object is instantiated, and that kind of sucks. Right, let's see this. This isn't 100% ready yet. It's called ready if available, isn't it? Yes. I just gotta steal this function. Yeah, because it's exactly the same thing. We want to ready the slot if they are available. That is, a empty slot will turn orange, one that is already filled will do nothing. And we want to be able to unready a slot, that is, make it go dark when that so happens. And I'm realizing now that this method exists, but it is not being called. Unfortunate. I am also realizing that I made these slots the wrong color. However, we can already see, right, the scrap snaps into position. So we can already see that the slot's position is off by half a pixel here, and it is way off over here. That's like 12 pixels vertically. So, by the magic of constants, we can add the half pixel alignment here, and we can make this like 4 times 6. Okay, let's see this in action. Right here. What I might also want to do is make sure that these scraps do not spawn directly on top of this object, but that's fancy work. Right. My guess was mostly correct. We need to go another 2 pixels down, but then that'll be us, and we need to fix the color on this. But that we are going to do in a bit, as Twitch's doom clock is ticking down again. It is relatively speaking, it is the top of the hour, which means it is time for me to take my last break of the stream. Gonna get a little snack, undrink some water, stretch my legs, all the wonderful things. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. Gonna go on break, play a few ads to make the pre-roll demon go away. When we're back, we are going to finish up this stats picker. Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. And then we can continue on implementing the training camps, which is making great progress so far. So, see you in a bit. Okay, let us continue. I had a little peek at the directory on break. Apparently the Ludum Dare game jam is on. That's neat. I don't know. I want to finish this project before I really engage in any jams or anything like that. Because let's not forget, though it's not a hard deadline, I am kind of on a deadline because I do have to get this game out sometime. I would like for it to be before Mists of Pandaria, just out of personal interest. Not because I would actually like to try competing with Blizzard, but I would like for it to be at such a time that the busiest time in the project is not exactly when I would kind of like to play some WoW. You'll understand. And also, it should be not too long after the next fest, right? Because otherwise I'm just showing an incomplete version of the game for no good reason. Okay, there, that's our slots fixed. Did I remember to change the Y offset? I don't believe I did. This needs to be 6 times 6. Also, before we look at this, I would like for the ready slots and unready slots methods to be called. Which brings us to the table room handler. So, room handler table. That brings us here. And this is an object with billions of lines of code. But the one that we are interested in is right here, ondraggable picked up. So far there were precisely 2 cases. You could pick up a photo or a band name slip. And now there is an additional case. Case, object, training, camp, stat, scrap. Breaker. Best practice, anytime that you make a switch case, insert a break statement right after it before you write any code. This function doesn't do anything more than do the switch case, so we don't actually need the break. We do need it, don't get me wrong, insofar as if we didn't have this here, then picking up a photo would also execute the code for a band name slip, and that would be bad. So this break is necessary, but this could also be a return. Because the method doesn't need to do anything afterwards. Anyway, so if a training camp stat scrap is picked up, then we want to go to the training camp stats picker and tell it, yo, be aware, ready your slots. And likewise, we want to do the opposites. If one is dropped, then we need to tell it that has just happened. So, unready your slots. Which, keep in mind, it is possible for the training camp stats picker to not be defined. If it is a week where, well, it's not defined, where you don't go on a training camp, it is possible for it not to be defined, in which case this would throw an error if we're trying to call a method on an object that does not exist. However, this is not a real concern, because if the stats picker doesn't exist, then neither do the stats grabs. So we have a logical connection. If it is possible to pick up a stats grab, then this is a safe operation to do. Right. And that's actually all that we needed to do here. So let us see the fruits of our labor. Did we do it well enough? Well, picking up a stats grab does in fact highlight the slots in orange, and we can put it in there, and there, looks good. You know, I'm just wondering now. I think I've come to like these pixels here and here of the shadow. Is it that I want there to be an additional pixel right here to link up? I think it is. Strictly speaking, a shadow that just follows the image, as we can see, a shadow that just follows the image does break here, because what happens is, let's look at this slightly larger, because right here the corner turns down, so there's more space for light to break through. However, that looks a little weird, because it means that there's a break in the shadow. So let us see. This would have to be just before the outside. There would have to be an additional pixel up and like on the right and bottom. We can do that. So turn on pixel grid. Game Maker, what? Why? Why are you like this? I told you that the pixel grid on this sprite is 6 by 6. I know that I did, because I just went and deleted some pixels here. Right. Okay, so pad this out slightly. And let us see. Does this feel better with a connected shadow? Kinda. It does mean that when it's picked up, the shadow is weird, but when it is dropped, it means that the shadow now connects up. What a hedgehog's dilemma. Meh. I am going to leave this like this and maybe mess with it some more later. Right. We need to put a label on this. Quite possibly there's not enough space here, but meh. Also, you know, just in general, this object is kind of piddly. I might want to increase its size regardless, but that's not important for now. What is important is that it exists. You can put stats into it, and that's what matters. Thank you, Butterfly. I am going to add my artistic changes here and here. There we are. Maybe I also just want to change the style of these corners in order to make the shadows look better. I don't know, many things are possible. But returning onto the object training camp stats picker, we need one more thing out of it, which is we need it to have a label. So label builder is a new text builder, with a font of I don't know, general text font 20. It might feel a little bit like I am overusing this font, and kinda not. Not everything needs to be unique. It is useful to have some things that are similar, and all of the, all of the text that doesn't need to be a different font can be this general font. I like it. It is well legible, and since the text doesn't need to be anything specific, that is good. Function does come before form, where form does not dictate function. That is, all text in the game is hopefully well legible, but most text that isn't specifically handwritten is just in a font that focuses on being legible. That's how that works. Anyway, so this needs to go slightly up. Needs to go slightly up. So let's call that -6 times 6. Further, looking up the order of operations here, we first set the font, then we set the horizontal alignment. Set H-align to FA middle, so that the text is centered on the thing. And we need to set the text, and then we need to set the scale. And then that'll be good. I think it is fine to have black text. Again, it's not going to be terribly unique, it's not going to look terribly interesting, but neither does it need to. This is a functional object, and it can communicate what it is. Instead of acting all special, no, it is what it is. So, set what did I just say? Set scale to 2. All of my text is scaled to double size, which gives me a beautiful middle ground between having smooth text with anti-aliasing, like we see here, having it just a little bit pixelated because it is anti-aliased for its original size, and making it larger than that does show the pixels a little bit, but at the same time it is also somewhat rounded, so it is better legible than having no anti-aliasing whatsoever. Anyway, before we set the scale, we want to set the text. It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't actually matter because the text only needs to be set when we use it. And when we use it is going to be in the draw event of this thing, which it doesn't currently have yet. So we want to draw our own sprite. What's that? Draw set lighter. No. And then we want to draw the label on top. Simple enough stuff, right? Okay. So we want to do that. Then we need to set some kind of text, obviously. For this, I have already prepared something that I may be able to use, though I had intended it to be used somewhere else, but hey, no one's gonna tell me any other. No one's gonna tell me what I can and can't do. This might be slightly, you know what? for testing, we're going to hard set this text instead of messing around with translation keys or stuff. It doesn't need to be translated, so it isn't not for testing. Yeah, that almost certainly will not fit. But let's see it at least. That way we can also judge how's the text layout. The text layout is not tall enough. It's not high up enough. I see. Also, the text actually kind of wants to be bigger, because right now it is the same size as the text on these stats graphs, which is going to have a funny effect. Allow me to demonstrate. So that's going to be like -18 times 6. It's going to have a funny effect that you are certainly going to intuitively feel, even if you might not be able to put to words how exactly it is weird, right? So this, I mean, this works. This is fine. This isn't too bad, but it feels a little bit off, and that is specifically because these two texts are the same size, where this containing stats picker, it's supposed to take precedence. It is supposed to be large, it is supposed to encompass these other elements, and that includes the text that labels it needs to be of a larger size, so that it becomes clear this is overarching. This is the big thing, and these are the small things that we assign into it. Of course, we could alternatively make the text on the stats graph smaller, but I like it the way that it is. So I would like to design the stats picker around it, which has the convenient side effect that I want it larger anyway. So let's see, what would we call this? Training camp, exclamation point. Yeah, slightly shorter, make sure it still fits. Obviously, I'm not going to worry too much about the text's alignment and layout and all those words. I'm not going to worry too much about that while I don't have the final text that I want to put in there, and that I'm going to prepare later by myself. Okay. So that is that. So it doesn't need to be a ton larger than, well, it needs to be, yeah, but I do want it to be larger than this. So we are going to apply specifically that. Let's give it what say ye, another 4 pixels on the side. Oh, that's icky. Oh, hang on. Right. Sorry, I'm just noticing that this slot stays readied when you swap out a stats grab, which is bad. I remember I've dealt with this before, so that's not a big issue. Right. Maybe this even wants to go to 28 point size, not just 24. Try that and make it not just horizontally middle, but also vertically centered. So set V-align FA center, which is almost certainly going to break the text alignment, because all of a sudden the text is going to use a different baseline to align itself, instead of being that, yep, exactly, instead of using this point, it used to go down from here, it now centers itself around this horizontal line. Right. But as I said, not going to mess too terribly much with this. I am simply going to grow the sprite a little bit such that it just looks larger than the things it contains. Is the big motivation here. So it's 98 pixels here, and in order to give it an extra 4 pixels, yeah, in order to give it an extra 4 pixels in 2 places, we're going to give it an extra 8 pixels in height and move it to the top left corner so that I don't need to bother moving it so much. Right, we know how this works. Break open the paper, move the paper properly into place, fix the borders. Then we have added an extra 4 pixels to each margin, which means both slots need to go 4 pixels down, 1, 2, 3, 4, and both of them need to go 1, 2, 3, 4 over. And the second one also needs to go 4 additionally over in order to increase the margin between them. There. You know what? I think I'm gonna try something like this. Maybe up by 2. Yeah, something that they are closer to the bottom than they are to the sides. Yeah. Once again, this doesn't need to be final and totally finished. I'm just feeling out the vibe that I want out of it. And I think this is a good vibe. So, what I've done then is I've moved the slots down by 2 pixels. This is 588. It's going to be a new size. I've moved the slots down by 2 pixels, and both the slot offset and the slot distance have increased by 4 pixels. Keep that one in mind. As we return here, we can update our constants. So the slot starting X is now the slot Y distance, it is now 8 instead of 6. The starting X is, I'm not sure this changes at all, because we've added additional distance on the left side, but no, this does change, because there's an additional 2 pixels between the middle and where the slot is now. Likewise, there's an additional 2 pixels on the right side, so taking both of those together, the distance is now 45 pixels. This makes sense, I hope. Right. We need to give the object its sprite back. Sprite, training, camp. That's picker. Okay. with that, yes, exactly. With that, the slots are still perfectly positioned, and you can insert them, and, oops, and I can click outside the window, and we also check, hey, you haven't picked all your stats yet, so we block movement forward. Only when you properly insert them would this update if I had made it so that it notified the room handler that something has changed, but it is already correctly queried for whether or not you can begin training. So what's this that is still broken here? Well, we need to look, for instance, inside the object's mini game assigner, which is the little slot that you put the band name in order to assign them to a minigame. If content is removed or added to it, then I want to tell the room handler, hey, something that is relevant to the begin training button has just changed. So you want to recalculate whether or not it is enabled, which just looks like so. When content is inserted or removed, update that button. That's all there is to it, really. So if we now go assign this, wait, the button is not enabled. Alright, I need to go back here and I need to pick these two stats and then I return. It's enabled and I can begin my training. So that's very good. That is pretty much all that we need to do for that. Oh, there's now some additional stuff to do. So that allows us to both require and then read that the player has assigned their choice of stats. That's good. But this data doesn't go anywhere right now. So for that, we need to go to the table room handler, which has a very fancy function. Do I remember what it is called? No, of course not. On begin training? No. Don't remember what it's called. Here it is. It is called begin training. Simple as. So, what this does is when you click the begin training button in order to end your week, as it were, in order to begin the minigames, what it's going to do is it will prepare the data for what's needed. First off, it determines where you're even going to go. So this game has several rooms. That's how GameMaker organizes itself. A room is a blocked off bit of the game. So there is a distinct room for each of the mini games. There's also a distinct room where you go to read the concert letter after you've put on a concert. And then for the table and for the menu and for the end of the demo, you know, just all different places that you can go. This determines where you should go at that point. Puts them all in a list, which is then globally available, or, well, to say it's a globally available list is kind of underselling what I've done. I knew that this would need some kind of system in order to pass data between rooms, because as things stand in GameMaker, you cannot pass data between rooms easily. It's not like you can enter a new room with this data, with these parameters. No, that's not how it works. So how it does work is I have the room parameters map. Ignore this bit of debug code. There is the room parameters map, which contains an entry for every room in the game. And when you enter a given room, the room handler, so object var room handler, the room handler of that room will retrieve the entry of room parameters for itself. This is the data that this room handler is supposed to have. It'll read it out, and that then tells it what it's supposed to do, what the context is. This does mean that this would be extremely cheatable if you use a tool like Cheat Engine, but hey, if you're going to go as far as editing memory, then I literally can't stop you, so I don't try. So, what that means is we want to set up a new room, probably. Well, what I want to happen, maybe, let's talk in the abstract first. What I want to happen is that when you begin training in a week with a training camp, then you play minigames as normal, but after having finished your last one, you may play one or two. That depends. We have to be able to manage either case. After you've finished your last minigame, we fade to probably just black. And then there, in that like room training camp, there is a summary of what's happening, and I thought of a beautiful little way to display it, which simultaneously is going to be on theme, it's going to be cute, it's going to leverage my strength, which is I can write a whole bunch of text really quickly, and it is going to avoid my weakness, which is everything related to art. And that I also don't love sounds. Specifically, I don't love creating sounds, but that is kinda secondary. Sound isn't too bad. Right. But first, we need to be able to go to that room, which means we need to tell the minigame in question, hey, after you're done, you're going to go to the training camp room. We need to have an entry for the training camp room in order to, well, tell it what's going on, yeah. Specifically, we need to be able to tell the training camp room what stats were selected. We need to assign this right here. Other than that, it doesn't need a lot of data. Except it also needs to be told, hey, after you're done, where are you going? Are you going to a concert letter room, this one, or are you going back to the table? Because of course, either one could happen. It could be that the player chose to go to a concert this week, or it could be that they chose not to, that they didn't select a concert and instead they're just going to the training camp, in which case after the training camp we want to return back to the table. So, doing that, one after the other. This is going to be our room training camp. And it is not going to be this weird size that GameMaker keeps insisting upon. It is actually going to be the proper size. You'll have to forgive me. You'll have to forgive me, I don't 100% remember all the things. We don't need to enable viewports and cameras because this is just going to be a single room, so that's all that we need. Since the room is going to be dark anyway, it's going to be blackness, we don't need anything more. At least not as far as graphics. We're going to have a fade in, we're going to have a fade out. With the usual smile graphics, that's super easy. Further, we need a new room handler, which is going to be Object Room Handler Training Camp. And this is going to do some parts. It's gonna do, at the very least, it is going to create a fade in and a fade out, and it is going to set up how the training camp summary, the montage as it were, plays out. So, first off, you are going to inherit from Object or Room Handler. Right. Such that, for instance, it can retrieve the room parameters. Now, what we need to do for, I don't know if there's a different way. We have to drop it in here in order to allow it to exist. We could... kinda. We could have a single object game. In fact, I have an object game, which I also need to tell that the new room now exists. We could make this instantiate we could make this instantiate the room handler, but there are some reasons why I would not want to do that. So making GameMaker do it, making GameMaker have the room handler instance in the room and instantiating it is fine. So, room training camp is a room that exists, which means it will then be added to the room parameters map. No, there is not, at least not an easy way to access every room that exists in your game in GameMaker, because why would there be? That would be easy. It's okay. It's not the worst, since, you know, this has like yay many entries. This has 10 entries, so I'll be fine. 11, I think, actually. But keeping a list of every room that exists isn't too difficult. So, you shall... I think we're going to implement this at a later point. first off, we are going to stay on the table. So this is going to be function set training camp room parameters, and as we've described, we want to tell it selected stats. We want to tell it what else? We want to tell it the next room, and that's it. Yeah, it doesn't care about anything else. It does its operation on all idols, giving them some extra stats. All that it needs to know is the selected stats, so that's fine. Do ourselves a little bit of type checking. So selected stats is going to be an array of strings, and I can't type check that the next room is a room, because weirdly GameMaker does not include a function to check whether any given variable is referring to a room. I wonder why. That seems like core functionality that the game really should have, or rather the program. Anyway, so do the same thing. We are going to grab the specific room parameters for the concept, not the concept letter, for the training camp. And then we could do this with a different syntax. We could say room parameters brackets dollar selected stats is selected stats, but I kinda hate that, and you're encouraged to instead use the struct set method, so I shall. Right, so, and this is as simple as it gets. So selected stats goes there, the next room goes there, and then now naturally we need to actually call this method. So for that we are going to decide, are we going to a training camp? Luckily we have a simple boolean for that, which is going to be set for us if going to training camp, then we need to set up this thing. For that, if we are going to a training camp, then the stats picker exists. So training camp stats picker get selected stats. That might be how I've called this method. GameMaker is. Yes, GameMaker is not going to be help, so it is going to insist that it has never heard of any method with such a name ever existing, ever having been written, ever being in the file that we have just been editing. GameMaker, you're cute. You're cute because you are incredibly dumb. The two are inextricably linked. God, imagine if GameMaker was competent. It would take over the industry. Couldn't have that. Anyway, let's not bash a program that people are doing their absolute best to actually make good, and they are working with many constraints, many of them contradictory. So let's actually be adequately nice. So this gets us our selected sets, so that we can pass those on. As for the next room, well, we are facing a little bit of a conundrum, because the concert letter room doesn't care. The concert letter room only ever the concert letter room only ever goes back to the table. But we need to tell the training camp room, are you going to the concert or not? Which means, well, we've got two different ifs and they shouldn't really intersect, but hey, I mean, we can just call this function again, yeah? So, next room is if we go to a concert. So, if we do, then it is room concert letter, else it is room table. There it is. Now, that is going to allow us to move properly out of the training camp room. We still need to be able to move into the training camp room, for which now this gets a little complicated. How this works? Yeah. How this works is the next rooms after a minigame is what this is. So the first minigame is told if we have two that we go to. If we have two filled minigames, then it is told to go to the second, and the second minigame is told to go back to the table, or to the concert letter room, or, well, or it is told to go to the training camp. So, we, at this point, just need to resolve this properly. Meaning, I think I'm doing something slightly dirty here, because I'm implicitly adding the concert letter room as the destination for the last minigame. Look! Right here. Ah, yes, right, because, oh. Golly goodness, this gets complicated. Because of course, if you are going to a concert, then it is also possible that you are performing a special mission at that concert. Right. That is also a possibility. So, that's why we take the next rooms array here, in order to either, if we are going to a concert, then depending on whether we are doing a special mission or not, we either tell the last normal minigame, hey, we're going to a special mission minigame, a variant, or if we are not doing a special mission, if we're just innocently going to a concert, we tell it, okay, right after you, we go to the concert letter. Okay. I am building the tree in my head. This gets a little complex. Well, basically, all that we need is we need to insert ourselves in the middle here. So, thing is also, well, we can make it slightly easier. Slightly easier, or perhaps much more complex. because it depends what we want to do. Allow me to illustrate. So, it would be great if I had some kind of table drawing tool. We could make a truth table. But. So, what do we want? We want minigame 1. We want this to be immediately followed by minigame 2. And so far, what can happen is we can then immediately follow this with a hit minigame. We can possibly follow this with the concert letter. And at the end, we go... Sorry, I've been covering this the entire time. We can also then go... We always go back to the table, optionally visiting the concert letter or the hit minigame. And what I'm pondering on is the next rooms array. It is what these minigames use to tell their destinations. In fact, of course, the second minigame is also optional. If you only have a single band, then you don't go to a different minigame. So, next rooms is, well, depending on what you want, really. It can be any of these following. It can be minigame 2, well, in order. It can be just go back to the table. It can be minigame 2, table. It can be let's do this organized. If you've only got a single band, it can be hit minigame, or it can be concert letter. Yeah. If you've got two bands, then you always first go to the second minigame, but you may then also go to any of these destinations. So, okay. And now, the question becomes, we certainly want the training camp to be inserted before the concert letter, because it is implied that you go to the training camp and this is happening, and the concert is during the training camp, for which your idol band drives back to town. It's not terribly far. Right, okay. So we certainly want to be here, at least. Now the question becomes, do we want to be here? So, training camp is inserted here. Or do we want to be up here? Right? Do we want to do the training camp before the hit minigame, or do we want to do it afterwards? That's a question. I don't 1000% know the answer to that. Either way, it'll be not too impossible to change. Let's see. If we go for afterwards, then what could happen is the possible values become like so. In order, you could also have training camp as a single next room indicates that you have a single band, you're not doing a concert, you are going to a training camp. That's a possible value here. Alternatively, if you have two bands, then it can be that you are going to minigame 2, and then this, the second value, which is the next room for minigame 2, this is then set to training camp. And that is... But that's only telling part of the story. We also... Actually, no. That is the story if we want this to be the case. If we want to go to the training camp between minigame 2 and the hit minigame. And I kinda don't love that. Out of the possibilities, what I first would want to try is this. So, we have the training camp after the hit minigame, which means you're playing 3 minigames in a row, but, well, you're playing the video game to play the video game. So, the training camp then happens afterwards, as it is also implied that all of this stuff happens, right? The hit minigame is still in the classroom. So, obviously it needs to happen before you leave for the training camp. That totally makes sense. Hey, so... that means that in the case that you're doing everything, you have 2 bands, you're going to a concert, you're doing a special mission, and there is a training camp on currently, then the progression will look like this. That's how it'll look. But what do we want our data to be in that case? We don't want to insert a training camp room, because from minigame 2 we go to the hit minigame. We do, however, need to tell the hit minigame whether it is going to the training camp or the concert letter directly, which so far it does not do. Complicated, isn't it? So, this is then in set room parameters for concerts. We grab a random hit minigame room, push that into next rooms so that when afterwards we set up the minigame room parameters for the regular ones, we go to the hit minigame. Right. Which means the basic setup here. This basic setup. This needs to be expanded to be next room after hit is it is, if going to a training camp, it is room training camp, else we continue as we were. Okay. Right. Right. I think this line is also off now. Because upon leaving the regular minigame, we don't necessarily want to go to a we don't necessarily want to go straight to the concert ladder, because that would skip the training camp if you're doing a concert but not doing a hit. So that has to be the same thing here, just we do something else with it. So after many games, like so. Oh, that does not feel good. I think this will work. This will work, but I think I'm going to try and abstract this a little bit more, such that, well, but we need to pick a hit minigame. Yeah, we need to pick a hit minigame and set it as the next destination. Here. We push it into next rooms in order to set it as the destination after the last minigame. Okay. Okay. But do we even want to do this? No, like, this is... I'm tangling logic here. Because this function is supposed to deal with the room parameters for the concert. But it's now also... If we're going to a training camp, then it's inserting this, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't do that. Right. Let's see. I have an idea. Which is slightly icky, but it may work. Yeah. What we are going to do is we're going to make a queue in which the... No, that doesn't work. Listen, I need to think this over. This is super icky. And there's not an easy way to untangle this. Essentially, what I want is I need to decide where to send the player after the first minigame that they play and the last one. If there are two minigames, then the first one is super easy, you just send them to the second that they have selected. But the last one, as we've established just now, I should hope, the last one is complicated. Because it's a question of, we can go to any of these places, right? It could be that the last minigame wants to go to the hit minigame, it could be it wants to go to the training camp, it could go to the concert ladder or to the table. And I need a little time to think this over and specify what do I want the logic to be, what's a good way to do it, such that what's a good way to do it in order to well, set it up that the room is properly written. Right. But that I'm gonna need a moment. to gather my thoughts and find a decent approach. I might just do that off stream, because I can already tell I need to ponder this. Right. As for right now, it is going to be that time for me to hop off. So thank you all so much for watching, chatting, hanging out, lurking, all the things that you do. We are going to... Who is on? We're gonna find out who is on first, and then we're gonna pay them a visit. I had initially found someone who looked interesting, but then I discovered that they are coding by the AI numbers, and I'm sorry. I recognize that coding is hard if you don't have experience. It's just, if you use AI, I'm not going to respect you. Simple as. So, what we're going to do instead is we are going to go over to our friend Mr. D-Boy, and we're gonna go give him some love. Make sure that he actually finishes his game in time for the Steam Next Fest and he doesn't just play Path to Exile. That would be very silly, wouldn't it? To his credit, he is actually working on the game right now. But as for me, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you all for watching. Have a good day and goodbye.